Good morning and happy Friday. It is just 8 a.m. here. I know that a lot of my friends that are in different time zones than I am, especially, it's way earlier than it is there now than here. So I know it's like 6, 7 a.m. for some of my friends that will be joining me later, but I'm very excited to get some reading in today. My only coworker today at home here is my dog Huck. And if you don't know my dog, I have a 85-pound German Shepherd. He's the light of my life and he is snoozing right in front of me. So it's gonna be a good day. But yeah, I'm just going to tweet out that I am finally live. It does look like I'm live. I had it pulled up on my phone here. If you're joining in, go ahead and say hi. If you're watching the playback, go ahead and tell me what you're currently reading in the comments anyway. I am going to be reading, I am doing my 30 books in 30 days challenge this month. I did finish a book yesterday and I started this. I'm one chapter in, I'm 17 pages into Well Met by Jen DeLuca, which is like an adult rom-com romance. And it's good so far. Like I said, I'm only a chapter in. I didn't really know what this was about going into it. But it's like 316 pages, so I'm hoping to at least finish this today. It is a book of the month like copy, but I didn't get this from book of the month. I actually got this from Half Price Books, so I bought it secondhand. But it'll look nice on my shelves with the dust jacket on next to my actual book of the month books. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna be getting into today. After that, I have an arc I'm gonna read that I'm not actually sure how long it is. Goodreads doesn't say, but it is, let me pull it up. It's a middle grade. It's The Sun Will Come Out by Joanne Levy. But Goodreads does not say how long it is, and like the arc obviously doesn't. Most arcs don't have like page count. I got it through NetGalley, so that one could be really short or really long. I honestly have no idea, but I'm just gonna be rolling with that today. I'm hoping this, like a 300-page book would usually take me about 4.5 to 5 hours of actually sitting down and reading. Time to get through it. Hi, Katie. But I'm not sure how long this will take. The font is pretty big. Katie, let me know what you're reading. I've just been saying that I'm reading Well Met by Jen DeLuca. But I will probably start a first sprint at 5 after, and I'm planning on probably doing 30-minute sprints. It's going to be a long day, but I want to be productive, especially while I have no friends on here with me to chat. I'm probably going to try to get as much reading done as possible. Also, I sat down on the couch with a blanket that's just been on the couch, and that was my greatest mistake because I'm already covered in dog hair, in Huck's hair. Chain of Iron. I've never gotten into Cassandra Clare. I did probably in like 2014 read City of Bones and I didn't really like it, so I never continued, but I hope that you're enjoying it. I'm gonna see. All right. All right. So I'm going to get ready to read. Like I said, I'm going to go 30 minutes and we'll be back at 35. I'm just going to do the banner at the bottom. Hopefully that works. There we go. Okay. Happy reading. Okay, that's time. I read 27 pages. Let me know how many pages you read. Also, apparently I'm not awake yet because if you didn't notice, I couldn't stop yawning that whole time. I do have my coffee, but I switched to decaf like at the beginning of this year, so that's probably not going to help much, but we can try. I will say I'm pretty sure this is pitched as enemies to lovers, and it's definitely like one of those where it's just like slight dislike. They're not just like groaned really loud. He did come up here and join me. I'm not sure if I can get him. He's close by. But yeah, they're not really enemies. It's slight dislike to romance, basically. I probably should have ate something too that would probably keep me awake better than even my coffee would, but it's like 8:30 here, so we'll see what time I'm finally awake by. Also, Sarah stopped by, which I think I don't know what I'm trying to say. I didn't know that I was going to have today off. I work a full-time job. If you don't know, I work from 8 to 4 p.m. usually during the week, that's why I'm doing this at this time, is 8 to 4. But it's hard to participate in some booktube stuff sometimes. It feels like everyone is, doing their reading stuff during the day when you're at work, and it just is what it is. I don't think that I've heard of Root Magic. And I also need to clean bad. We are leaving to go to Florida on Tuesday. My boss actually bought a house in Florida, and so we're going to stay there while they get some things delivered, basically. And my house is a disaster. My husband's sister is coming to stay here while we're gone. And like, I need my house to be presentable for her to stay here with Huck. So I don't know. It needs done, but when do you find the time? I was gonna look up that book. By Eden Royce, is that the one you're reading? Middle grade? It looks cute. Were you here when I said yet that my next book is an ARC I have that is a middle grade? And I got it off NetGalley, and the Goodreads doesn't say how long it is, and like the ARC never does. So my next book, I have no idea even how long it is, which is a little stress inducing. Like, I feel like I plan my reading so much that not knowing, not even just how long it is, but essentially how long it's going to take me is stressful to me. Like this, I know my general reading speed for an adult romance. I know about how long it's going to take me. In a middle grade, I have no idea how long it is. It could be like a 20-minute thing, or it could be like a 5-hour thing. No idea. I need to add, so I'm doing 30 books in 30 days this month, and I'm also planning on filming a video sneak peek that is basically like how I add stuff to my TBR throughout the month, because I do keep my Goodreads want to read shelf at 100 books. I think most people don't notice that, but I am like pretty strict on keeping that to 100 books. So this month I'm basically going to clear up 30 spots by reading 30 books in 30 days. So I was going to also film like how I find what I'm adding, and I think my taste is changing a lot specifically right now. So hopefully that will be interesting. I don't know. Maybe expect that at the end of the month. I also did sit down with my planner here next to me today. So if at all I need a break, I can sit and do that. I just actually got a new planner because I usually get like the school year ones. So I had one that finished in June, I think it went till. And so a new one would have started in July, but I decided to switch the brand I get. I was getting the Erin Condren ones, and those are pretty expensive. And so I switched to Plum Paper. I don't know if you've heard of that, but it's a little bit cheaper and more customizable. So I've been liking messing with it. It literally just started April 1st, but now my planner is a really weird time frame because it goes from April till September. So it's not like a January to June, July to December. It's really random dates, which is fine because it's customizable, so I can order my next one whenever I want. I've always been a big planner nerd as well. I've tried a lot of different planners throughout the years. I probably got into it like maybe my junior year of high school. And I used to spend a lot of money on planner stickers. Don't do it, kids. Don't do it. Also, I just realized I still had that on the screen. Like, that's where when I first started working, like, all my money went to planner stickers, and books. I probably got packages delivered every day when I still lived at home, so that's good. Especially when I lived at home, it was me, my mom, and for some period of time, my stepsister was also living there. And so the three of us girls, we had so many packages delivered constantly. Chris thinks I'm bad now with packages. I'm not that bad with packages. I honestly probably buy more books in person now than I did back then too. Like back in the day, I bought most of my books on Amazon, and now I definitely like we like to drive out of town and go to the bookstore, have dinner, whatever, because we live in a fairly small area. So sometimes it's just nice to get out of town, and especially now that COVID, we're both fully vaccinated. We've gone out of town a couple times to get books and stuff to eat. I actually have a friend coming here this evening to do dinner with me. So that'll be nice. It's nice. A lot of people that I'm close to are getting their vaccinations now. I was first to get vaccinated. I have a job kind of in healthcare. Kind of like I have a job that COVID affected greatly that most people don't realize is an actual job. So like most people don't realize that somebody has to do the work that my company does. So I got vaccinated right away as soon as it got to my county, which was nice. I'm planning on reading again starting at 45. I like that time frame, like 30 minutes reading, 10-minute break. I'll probably throw in some longer breaks, but for now, like I said, well, it's early and I'm just sitting here yawning. I want to get some reading in and start the day ahead. Also, I know that I talk with my hands way too much. You can tell my videos. This I also can't get at like a better scooted down angle. But in my videos, I do it. And I recently filmed a video with Chris that also should be going up sometime this month. And like as I'm talking, describing stuff to him, he like took my hands and was like, and I'm like, I just don't even think about it. I just talk. Looks like some of my friends are waking up for the day. I know that I'm usually always the first one awake. I wake up at 6 a.m. every day. And this morning, actually, my husband, bless his heart, had to work today. And he worked at 6 a.m. So he was up, like before I was up. My alarm goes off at 6. But I could hear him this morning downstairs here, like doing the dishes before he went to work. And it was loud, like, you know, doing dishes is like everything's clanking together. And I was just like, he's trying to do the right thing, but I'm trying to sleep. And that's nice that at least some of your family has been vaccinated. Do you know when you're going to be able to at all? I'm not sure. Like both my husband and I were offered it through work. We're obviously like fairly healthy young people, so we were lucky enough that because of our jobs we were offered it. But like my parents and stuff got it just like as an age category thing. And yeah, you're itching yourself. You're being loud, bud. Okay, I'm gonna get ready for the next sprint. I need to add the banner. All right, off we go again. All right, that is time again. And I read 25 pages that time, which is not bad. I'm actually making way better progress than I thought I would be so far. We have some people who joined us here. Hi, Liz. And then Izzy's here as well. Hi, Izzy. I am just realized that I never updated Goodreads, that I was reading Well Met yet, so I'm going to do that. Let me know if any of you were reading along with me, how many pages you read again that time. I still have Huck here. He has not moved an inch. He's zonked out, which I think usually he's used to us being at work during the day. Not really sure what he actually does all day. Apparently it's sleep. Like, you can tell when we come home that he moves around some throughout the day, but who knows? I should get one of those cameras so we can watch him while we're at work. But then I feel like I'd get irritated or feel bad that he's just sitting here sad. What audiobook are you listening to, Liz? I know that I'm trying to finish the audiobook of From Blood and Ash by Jennifer Armentrout. Oh, I have a friend. Hi, Kayla.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm tired. I'm ready to go back to bed.
I said the first couple sprints I was in here, like while I was reading, I was just yawning like every 2 minutes. I'm like, yeah, I'm not awake yet.
When you sent me the message to join you when I can, it was like 5:30 in the morning.
Well, yeah.
And I was like, okay.
Because you're 2 hours behind me, right?
Uh-huh.
So is it still only like 7:17 there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 9:17 here. That's why I said when I started too, I'm like, I'm not expecting any of my friends to be here right away.
Everybody's asleep.
I'm like, I know in the morning when I like respond to group chat messages, I'm the only one awake.
Uh-huh. And then I'm like messaging people at like
late,
like 7 o'clock my time, and everybody's already asleep. And I'm like,
yeah.
sorry.
That's what Nessa and I were having a conversation 2 nights ago. And it was like 10:15 my time, and I'm like, I gotta go. Like, this needs to be resumed later. Like, I go to bed early.
Yeah. I try to go to bed at like 10, and then I end up just laying there until like midnight. That's what I did last night.
I genuinely get in bed at like 8 o'clock every night.
I would do that, but I like to sleep. I mean, no, I like to be awake.
Yeah.
Sleep.
I'm definitely a morning person, which I feel like is not common, especially like my age group, like my in real life friends and my now internet friends. I'm definitely who goes to bed the earliest.
Yeah.
And like I said, I wake up at 6 every day, so nobody else does that.
I would love to, but that doesn't.
I feel like everyone's like New Year's resolutions are to like get up earlier, and I'm like, I've been doing that.
You're like,
it's not that hard.
My whole life.
Right. Well,
Bailey, I just realized that you and I have never had a verbal conversation before. This is our first verbal.
This doesn't even feel weird though.
What? I love it.
But I've watched you live before, and you've watched me live before. So
Yes.
It doesn't feel that weird.
It doesn't at all.
I didn't realize that. Liz said she goes to bed by 8 too. Glad I'm not the only one. Well, I was saying earlier in this too, that this morning when Chris got up to go to work, he had to work at 6. And this morning I could hear him down here doing the dishes. And I was like, so at like 5:30 this morning, he was down here doing the dishes. And at the same time, I'm like, yes, please do that. I don't want to do it. But I also was like, bro, you're being loud. I'm sleeping.
I still got 30 minutes.
Right.
I'm on my iPad, so I have to
If
go to
you're-
like a separate screen to look at
I'm
the
on
chat.
my iPad as well.
Why is
And
it
it's hard because the camera's like way over here.
Yes.
But
My
you look
camera's
over
over
here,
here.
I feel like on my computer, when you look at the people, it still kind of looks like you're looking at the camera. There's a plane going over my house very loud. But Liz, I actually reactivated my like old Bookstagram just like a week or so ago. So I do have an Instagram and you can follow me. I switched my handle to Is Bailey Reading, so it's the same as everywhere else. And I basically, well, because I used to bartend full time. I bartended full time, so I worked from 4 p.m. to 2 a.m.
I want to go
6
to
days
your
a week.
bar.
So my sleep schedule used to be like 2:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. And I always was like, there's no way that I can like wake up early. I'm never gonna be able to do that. And I got used to it so fast when I finally switched.
Mhm.
I seriously was like, I'm never gonna be able to wake up to an alarm. I used to not work till 4 p.m. I would just get up whenever.
Yeah. But even when I was in school, like I woke up at the last possible second, like was out the door as quickly as I could be.
Yeah. I don't know, because in school, my mom got remarried my junior year.
Mm-hmm.
So then I moved and switched schools. But my dad still lived where we used to live, and my mom lived like more like where I live now, like 15 minutes south. And so I was still living with both of them. So I went to school like 35 minutes away from where I lived. So I drove quite a ways to school. And so just because of that, I still got up at like 6:30.
Yeah.
I did not get ready for school though. I don't get ready now. Like I have Martine on Snapchat and I sent her a Snapchat the other day and like what I was basically wearing to work, and I wear sweatpants to work every day and I had my Crocs on and I was just like, "Oh my gosh, I just exposed myself."
Okay, two things. One, I would like a job where I can wear that to work. Because I just like to roll out of bed. I'm wearing a sloth shirt. Like, I would wear this to work if I could.
Like
And
the
then-
outfit I have on right now I could wear to work.
I love it. And then you tweeted the other day about looking for book charms.
Yes.
I screenshotted it. My friend just bought Crocs. I screenshotted it, sent it to her, and I said, if you find one, let me know.
I've looked everywhere. Like
So
I've
she's
looked
also on the
Etsy,
look.
I've looked Amazon, I've looked eBay, I've looked. So whoever
if
has a
finds
bookshop
one.
needs to make the little plastic. I actually just ordered new Crocs. I have white ones now that I've had for a long time. I bought them when we had our boat. So I 2 years ago maybe bought them.
Yeah.
And they're white, no longer white.
No longer
so
white.
I ordered new ones.
I had a pair of Crocs when I was like 10, and I haven't had any since. But since everybody's getting on that, I want to buy some.
Like me and my best friend from high school wore them in like our freshman year of high school. And they're always like the shoe that's not trendy, but they like become a trend.
Yes.
And so, yeah, a couple years ago I bought some again. I'm going to link my Instagram, I guess. I'm not very new to Instagram. I don't really know how to use it. Kaylee, you should link yours too if you want.
Oh, okay.
How do I share my whole profile? Or can I just like...
Let me pull it.
I'm not smart enough for this. I feel like you have to get the link from...
Like
Will this let me? One moment. Like you have to get the link from the website, I feel like. Or maybe I'm just, like I said, not smart enough for that.
On my like YouTube videos, I either have the link or I literally just put the ad.
Put your at, right.
Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah, I'd like to get better at using that, but okay, I got my link, I think. So hopefully that will take you right to it.
Okay, and then I'm getting my link too.
Okay. Liz, what color Crocs do you have? I think that's interesting too, because
Yeah.
this time I ordered like the baby pink ones.
My friend Natalie got the lavender colored ones.
Yeah. I almost did because it's a Justin Bieber collaboration with the lavender ones. Just saying.
Oh gosh, what's my password?
Also, Justin Bieber and Luke Combs both have Croc collaborations right now. And I'm like, I know this is the place for me. But the Luke Combs ones are not, I wouldn't wear them.
Are they camo?
No, I think there is camo ones, and then I think there's ones that have like skulls on them, but they weren't in the women's section at all. They're both only in the men's section because I was looking for it, but
I have big feet, so I usually just go to the men's section for like
really,
running shoes and stuff like that. Yeah.
I always say I have like I could be a foot model. I have very like thin. I wear an 8.5.
Okay.
I have skinny feet with high arches.
I wear, depending on the shoe, I'm either a 10 or an 11, and I have a wide foot.
Okay.
So I can never find anything in my size in the women's section.
Right. I was gonna say, don't leave your Crocs in your car. I have ruined a pair of Crocs in my car because if they get hot, they will shrink.
Oh. Okay.
Which, like, this time of year here, it's not hot, so you could. But, what? That's so little.
If I had a smaller foot, I would have a million pairs of shoes. But because I don't.
I mean, like, if you can buy kids' shoes at, like, the cheap price.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what are you reading? Because at 30, we'll go into another 30-minute sprint.
Okay. So I have Beach Read because I'm still kind of in a reading slump.
Okay.
Ish. So I thought maybe that could get me out of it. But
I saw. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say my friend needs help with an essay, so she sent me the articles and like her paper, and so I'm gonna like
help
go back and forth between that.
I read Beach Read and I did see. Do you get Book of the Month?
I don't. I want to, but I don't.
Okay. Her new one was one of the Book of the Month options this month. People we meet on vacation, but I didn't check out my Book of the Month cart yet. I want to see if some people I know will put reviews out for any of the picks this month because I was interested in almost all of them, but I don't know. I think I gave Beach Reads 3 stars, so it's one where I'm like, I would try her again, but I want to see more reviews, and I think it's an early release. I don't think it's actually out yet, so there's not that many reviews on it, so I don't know.
Because I think I saw you gave it 3 stars, and I think Martine gave it 5 stars. And so I was
I'm trying to think on it. It's gotten really good. I'm trying to think what I didn't like. I didn't read it that long ago either. I feel like it's the same thing I struggle with right now. I'm reading Well Met by Jen DeLuca. And I just think like rom-com type stuff just never hits like a 5-star for me. So I don't know.
Yeah.
And Ashley, it's none of your concern.
Yeah, because I've been looking for it too. I look for it every day. I'm trying to find it. I'll find it.
I think I link it in my videos.
Maybe I just don't pay close enough attention.
Okay. Don't look at it today because maybe if I say that, I should go like update it.
Okay.
That's why I'm always worried when I look at other people's because I sent Ashley something and she only had like 2 books on there. So I was nervous that like, okay, I hope you didn't like pick this up in the last day or so.
Yeah.
So
I haven't updated mine in a while.
Do
I
not
need
send me stuff. I do not need you to send me things.
I'm
Send
gonna
me Martine. I gave Martine my address and she sent me like a letter, which I think is sweet. She sent me this, my bookmark I'm using.
You want to be pen pal? That's so cute.
I have the best friends.
I'm already planning what I'm gonna send you from
Do
California.
not.
I've got things in my mind.
And I don't think I was linking it yet then in January. But I think my recent ones, it is there. But like I said, give me a day to look what's on it. Okay, let's read because now I'm
Okay.
chatting. Okay, that's time again. I read 27 pages again, which is apparently just my pace. That's what I keep getting, so.
That's pretty good.
I also need to move to the kitchen because I'm hungry.
I turned my camera off to put on the sweatshirt, and then I was like, well, while my camera's off, I'll eat my breakfast sandwich that
Snacks.
that's just sitting here. So I ate half of it.
Perfect. I need ice for my coffee.
What'd you get?
One second. So I always do an iced white chocolate mocha, and then like seasonally I change like what syrup I have them use. So I just did vanilla today, but
Okay.
like for all winter I was doing peppermint. And I like hazelnut, but I just did vanilla today.
When I go to Starbucks, people always ask me what I get, and if I go to Starbucks, I always get a caramel macchiato upside down.
Okay.
But if I get there and I'm not prepared,
Be quiet.
my sweet child, my brain is like short-circuited. I panic and I just look at the first thing on the menu and just pick it. But today I was on the phone with my mom and I was like, Mom, what do I get? And she was like, I like a flat white. And I was like, I don't like that. And so I got a vanilla sweet cream cold brew because I'm like, I was trying to get charged.
FedEx is at my house.
He's just angry at the mailman. I wish FedEx was at my house to bring me something.
He's not gonna stop.
That's fine. I miss dogs. I wish I had a dog running around my apartment. He's just a screaming. And my boy is too excited.
He left. I'm like, of course we're muted for 30 minutes, and now's when that happens.
When he wants to just go off.
Yeah.
I look like a mess. Here's me.
I think it was my HelloFresh. Also this, I know that it's hard to put stuff on there because I also just buy whatever I want to buy. And I'm going to be here for like 6 more hours.
Dang dang. Maybe I will be too.
Right, as much as you want to be here. And Liz, I can send you the link if you want to be in it. I'll send it to you on Twitter, I think. Un momento. What were we talking about? Drinks? So what did you end up getting?
I got the sweet cream cold brew.
Oh, I've never really tried those. What did I try? I tried the oat milk thing. The brown sugar oat milk. Not good.
Okay. I was gonna get it, but then I wanted like something with the most caffeine I could get.
Well, I'm doing decaf. I don't know if you knew that.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Yeah.
My friend the other day, I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was like, I think it was a chai latte. And then I think she got the brown sugar in it. And it was very, very good.
So my thing with the brown sugar thing is people keep saying it's sweet. It was not sweet at all. So I think if you got it and added like a syrup, it would probably be better. I didn't mind the oat milk.
I don't
think I would prefer that to like an almond milk.
Okay.
I'm lost.
Me in life. I'm lost. So I read an article. So when my friends send me their papers to like edit and like look at, I always like to read the articles that they have to read for their paper because
Okay.
I want to know what they're supposed to be writing about.
Supposed to be doing, right.
And I was reading them and I got like kind of crazy with it. So I started writing notes for myself, not even for their paper, like for myself. And so I wrote like, not today and yesterday, I wrote like 4 pages of notes. I'm going off. Like,
would not be me doing other people's.
Well, it's because like I find this stuff interesting. So it's about like 1960s America, and like it's a LBJ speech. It's a Martin Luther King letter, things like that.
Okay.
And like this is my gig. Like I was an education major, but I always say I should have been a history major because like I love this stuff and I'm learning a lot. But also my history classes in college were awful, so I feel like I'm getting the education that I should have gotten with these letters. And you're like, couldn't be.
I was okay at history, but I feel like I was okay at history because all I had to do was actually read what they told you to read.
Yeah.
And then the tests were easy, but I don't know. Surprisingly, math was my best subject. I hated English.
Oh, okay.
Because like writing a paper is my worst nightmare.
Okay.
I
don't
want to do it.
I don't like to do them either. I was good at math. I was bad at science.
I feel like I floated by in science. Like our science teacher wasn't very strict.
Yeah.
I don't know. I also transferred schools, so I went from like a larger school to like a small town school. So I would argue that I didn't learn anything after my sophomore year.
Oh.
Like I just think the curriculum at my first school was so much more advanced, and then I almost like
you like
went
down
back.
Yeah.
Like I read Of Mice and Men. I read that book for 3 separate English classes.
I've heard you say that.
Because I transferred schools. Like that's the only required reading I had all through school. What? Because I transferred schools.
I feel like, so I say this to everybody and I don't understand how this happened to me because I went to like a pretty good school. Like it was very well funded, I think. But why my freshman year was my class's book, like class book, Hunger Games. And everybody else was reading like other things.
I feel like that's when that was new.
Yeah, because I think the second movie was already out at the time.
Okay.
So I didn't read it. And I got in trouble in my English class because like I had it first period and there was only like 11 kids in the class for some reason. Like nobody was in that class. And all of her other classes had 30 kids in them. And she was like, okay, read. And I would sit in the back and I would read like fan fiction on my iPad, like a screenshotted from Tumblr.
Right.
So I didn't have to use the Wi-Fi. And then like when I wasn't reading that, I was reading like other books. And so I got in trouble for not reading while I was reading something else.
I feel like that happened a lot. Like they try to get you to read certain things, but it's like I read more than anybody else here.
Yeah.
I never really did get into fan fiction though. I had a lot of friends who did.
I never did like the fan fiction, like people read Harry Potter fan fiction and things like that. I read fan fiction about real people.
Okay, so I had friends. I was never a fan of this group, but I had quite a few friends who read like One Direction fan fiction.
Oh, I did not.
And I was like, not for me.
This is a deep cut and this is so weird and everybody in this chat's gonna think I'm weird, but here we go. My freshman and sophomore year was obsessed with the show Top Gear, which is a British car show. I would read Top Gear fan fiction, and it wasn't.
I would not think that even existed.
And it was not like Richard and Jeremy together. It was like Richard and you, or Jeremy and you, or James and you. Like I was reading like those. Like
I'm happy for you, truly.
It was That was a time in my life. I just exposed myself.
Well, surprisingly, like my high school obsession, middle school, high school, to this day obsession, as most people know, was Justin Bieber. And so surprisingly, I never even did any of that or anything.
That's fine. It was a time.
Like, what other obsessions did I have? I don't know.
Oh, gosh. Okay.
Like, what I watched in high school, I obsessively watched One Tree Hill and
Ooh.
Say Yes to the Dress.
I like that show. I feel like I've said it in my video. I might not have. But if you know anything about me, Pierce Brosnan is my favorite person in the entire world.
I don't know who that is.
Okay. I've been obsessed with him since I was in the 5th grade. I saw Mamma Mia for the first time when it came out in the 5th grade. And since then, he's been the love of my life. So,
like, is that one of the dads?
Yeah, it's Sam. It's the one that...
I've only seen that movie once.
Oh, it's
a long time ago.
He was James Bond in the late 90s.
Yeah, I also didn't watch any of those.
I'm
like not a movie person. People get really irritated with me about that. Like, I don't know movies.
I'm trying to think. I would tell you a TV show that he's been in, but that's an 80s like deep cut that only I for some reason know about.
There's one person, like older person, that was on a TV show that I thought was attractive that is really embarrassing, and I won't say it out loud, but I'll send it to you.
Okay. I can,
because I don't think he's attractive now, nor do I now think he ever was. He's not attractive, but I remember watching the show and being like, yeah, that guy's so hot. I don't even know if I want to send those to you.
Do it. I'll expose myself on live if you send it to me. I'll tell you another one.
I'm curious if you watched this.
Okay. So when I was in like the 2nd grade, I think, I had Austin Powers, the first movie, on VHS, and I would watch it while I did my homework. I was in the 2nd grade. I'm calling my parents. Like, who let me do that?
Right.
I loved Mike Myers. I loved him. That was like my first celebrity crush.
Again, happy for you.
Yes.
Would not be me.
No sense.
I hope that you did watch. It's a good show. Okay,
Ooh, okay. I've seen
He is not!
Like, not conventionally, but like... I think I've seen like 2 episodes, but okay. Yes.
Did you watch Scandal? Did you ever watch that?
I've seen it like 3 times all the way through.
Okay, but the creepy guy, is his name Huck?
Yes.
Like, I always thought he was hot, but I guess we didn't name our dog, just to put that out there. Like, we adopted him, he already had a name. So now I'm like, is his name Huck, or am I just making that up? But
no, that's his name.
Yeah.
When I first heard the dog's name, I was like, oh, did she name him after him?
So we got him when he was 2, and it's HUK, which if you are a little redneck like we are, and where we're from, it's like a fishing brand.
Oh, okay.
So, like the people who had him before, that's why they named him that. And I used to get irritated when we first got him. Chris could not get through his mind the name Huck, and he would always call him Hutch, which is a fine name also, but I'm like, but that's not our dog's name.
That's not his name, Chris.
Okay, should we read again at 15?
Oh, okay. I was like, what time is it?
I'm gonna read until... Are you still doing an essay? Or are you gonna start reading?
I'm gonna read this last article, and then I'm gonna read it.
I mean, whatever you want to do. I just want to know did you start Beach Read already?
No, I haven't started it yet.
Okay, yeah, so I just want to know what you're thinking when you start. I think once you talk about it, I'll remember more. I know there's one specific thing as to why I rated it 3 stars, but it's definitely a spoiler, but it's not a bad thing. Like, I don't think it's something you're not gonna like necessarily. I think you will like that book. I don't want to turn you away from it. I think you will like it.
Okay.
And it's fast. Like a fun, fast, light.
Oh, no,
Okay.
I want to. Okay.
Okay, go. Okay, that's time. I'm like, geez, I put my bookmark in at 44, longest minute ever.
How far'd you get?
I read 25 pages that time, which I'm over like 100 pages that I've read since I started these, so
Oh.
that's decent. I have like 200 pages left.
Oh, so
Do you know about this book?
I've seen the cover. I don't know what it's about though.
Okay, so it's set at like a Renaissance fair. Like basically the main character comes, her sister's in an accident and her sister has a teenage daughter, so she's like chauffeuring her niece around for the summer.
Mm-hmm.
And her niece is going to be in this Renaissance fair, but she has to have an adult like also volunteer with her. So our main character is volunteering with her niece to be in this. And so she kind of doesn't get along with like the teacher that is putting it on.
Mm-hmm.
But now they're actually at the Renaissance fair and she saw him in his leather pants for the first time and she's here for it.
Wow, now I think I have this on my Goodreads. I might need to add it if I don't.
It's short and fast, so I mean, obviously I don't know how it ends yet, but
yeah. Okay, so I was reading one of these articles, and I'm not going to go into it because this is not the time and place. But I'm fired up. This article fired me up. And I sat like this for a while because I called my brother and I put the volume on really low, even though my mic was off. And I was reading him a paragraph like this, and then he got fired up too. So we had a moment. Oh, but after I talked to him, he was like, I'm going to tell you a story. And my brother told me that he was driving through Houston on like a side road, and he saw two dogs, and there was a small like white one, and then there was like a big like brown black one. And he was driving and he was like, dang, that dog looks weird, like the big dog. And so he goes up and he gets by them, and then he looks. The little dog is a little dog. The big dog was a goat. He was like, I saw a goat and a dog running down the street. And I was like, what?
Like, did they look like companions, this dog and goat?
Yes. He said they looked like they knew each other.
No.
So someone lost their
Hi,
dog.
Tamika.
Hi.
I don't think I've ever seen a goat just like hanging out somewhere.
Houston's a wild place.
Like my in-laws basically have like a hobby farm. Like they don't actually farm, but they have like 10 horses and they have 2 goats. But I've never just like seen a goat, a wild goat. I just can't even, like, he was gonna go pet him, like he was gonna try to get him, or what, just checking it out?
Well, he was driving, like, he could have stopped, but, like, I mean, did I tell you? Oh my gosh.
Can you take a goat to the animal shelter?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could. So, here's another animal story. I think everybody's gonna love this one. My dog was in the backyard, and my brother calls me and goes, oh, I think Charlie caught a possum. So when Charlie plays with an animal, like a squirrel or something, he plays with it until it stops moving, and he's like, why aren't you playing with me anymore? So it stopped moving, and so my brother was like, did Charlie kill the possum? So Charlie goes in the house, my brother goes out there and pets the possum.
No.
And then goes back
Would
inside.
not be me.
Goes back inside, looks out the window, watches the possum get up and walk away. So the possum played dead.
Is there a puppy somewhere? My dog is here. Huck. Go away. Come here, bud. You come here? You come this way? Hey, you.
Oh, that's
big yawn. Go away.
He said,
you're too
hello.
close. You're not good at this. You're too close.
No, you're not close enough.
Lay down. I think he's confused why I'm here.
He's like, Mom, you're not. This is my time.
Is it Saturday, right? I really want to finish this book and one more today. So,
What else do you have to read today?
I have an arc of a middle grade. It's called, one second. I never can remember what it's called. But the Goodreads doesn't say how long it is. So I have no idea how long it is.
But it's a middle grade, so it should.
Well, that's what I'm like. Is this going to be a 20-minute thing or a 3-hour thing or
A 4-day thing?
Yeah. What is this book called? It's like set at camp. It's called The Sun Will Come Out.
Ooh.
And then after that, I'm reading my sister. So me and my stepmom both read a lot. Like my stepmom read more books than I did last year. She read like 140 something books. And so my sister doesn't read, but was trying to get us books for Christmas and got us both Untamed, which I think it's a nonfiction, which is what I'm supposed to get to after that by Glennon Doyle. I think this might have been a book of the month book at some point.
Oh, yes.
You recognize that cover?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what that is, but that's what I'm reading next. So I need to tell my stepmom that I'm going to read it because she wanted to read it like whenever I got to it.
Yeah.
Don't know what that's about either, though.
It was on the Goodreads Choice Awards.
Was it? I think it's a nonfiction.
Uh-huh.
I'm pretty sure my sister walked into a Barnes & Noble and was just like, what should I get?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what the lady recommended.
That's why when people buy me
Memoir.
books. Ooh. I like those.
Explores the joy and peace we discover when we stop striving to meet the expectations of the world and start trusting the voice deep within us.
Wow.
Sounds like something my sister would pick out.
I rarely read memoirs by people I don't already know prior
Same.
to going.
Same.
So I'm sure it's good.
Yeah, I don't know. I've struggled with like I DNF'd and I think I got that as a gift also, like Girl Wash Your Face. Like that stuff doesn't work for me.
Yeah. I DNF'd Educated. Is that what it's called?
Oh, you did?
I did. I got bored. But my mom read
I
it.
also read You Are a Badass, and I feel like that's the same kind of thing as Girl Wash Your Face, where it's just like, I'm not learning anything here.
Yeah.
I'm also not I'm a fairly confident person in the first place. Like, I don't need somebody to tell me, like, stand up for yourself. Like, bitch, I have been. I already do.
I feel like in reality, books like that could help me, but I'm too much of like, I don't want to listen to you tell me to do that. I want to come up.
Also, like, if it's going to be helpful, like, what are the action steps? Some of it's just too, like, flowery, like, yeah, okay, I get it, but this isn't actually helpful.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. Like, most of my nonfiction isn't really, like, that's more like self-help.
Yeah.
Which I don't read a lot of.
I don't think I do either.
I did just listen to, is my wrap-up up? No. My wrap-up's being posted at 4:30 today, right after this. But
okay.
I listened to this month Push Out, the criminalization of Black girls in schools, and that one was really good.
Ooh.
Like, that's probably my favorite nonfiction I've listened to so far this year. Like, I thought that was a good... The author is basically going to, like detention center and talking to young Black women about, like, how they were treated in schools. So it's, like, troubled teens and how they were treated in schools, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But it's, like, actual, like, interview form. And then in the back of the book, there's a lot of like, if this is something like in your personal life, how to like navigate conversations and how to like enforce that school is important. I don't know. It was really good. And I've seen a few other people around reading it. I think I found it from Kat from Kat Chats. I don't know if you watch her.
Oh yeah.
I think she's whose channel I found that book on.
Okay. That stuff like that is really interesting to me, so I'll have to pick that up.
I almost always do nonfiction on audiobook.
I do too.
Well, and I guess I listened to Michelle Obama's book this year too, and I thought that was good. It was long.
It was so long. I didn't want to be the one to say that. It was so long. It was good. It was so
It was long.
Michelle, I love you, but you
I
picked
don't
me
know
up.
though. Like I just got to listen to it over a week. Like I wasn't trying to get through it fast, so it was fine.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, because it was long, but there's still like some sections I would like to know more about.
Yes.
Like I think what could have been trimmed is the whole section when they were campaigning.
Yeah.
But like I would have liked to know more about like her growing up, and I also would have liked to know more like when they were in the White House and after, but I know it wasn't written that long after they were there. So
I think the only thing that there were a couple parts about the campaign stuff that I liked, but for some reason when she would focus in on her daughters during the campaign phase,
like trying to be a mom and do it.
Yeah.
Although I will say it is interesting because the caucuses are in Iowa and that's where I live. So like the whole time she's talking about it, they're traveling around Iowa.
Uh-huh.
So it's that is probably a little bit more interesting to me than other people. Like when she would talk about towns they were in, I'm like, I know where that is at, obviously.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
Iowa's not a huge state.
So you saying that, I've never met, I mean, I have met someone from Iowa, but have you ever been to like the caucuses? And is that a fun experience?
I've never I've never gone to caucus. Like I know people who have, and I don't think I don't even really know what it is, and I think a lot of people really don't know what that even is. But it's basically like we back like you go to precincts and back a candidate. But like in Iowa this year, Pete Buttigieg won for the Democratic candidate, but he didn't even make it far after that. So I guess I don't even really understand
Okay.
the purpose. I don't know.
Because I find it so interesting, but again, it doesn't make sense.
It's basically the first step in campaigning, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Like if Iowa backs you, then you're, because we caucus first, then like you're, like if you don't get anything in Iowa, you're basically done.
Oh, okay.
Right. So I don't know.
Campaign.
I don't get that involved. This is also the first election I voted in, so I could have voted in the last, but I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't registered and I didn't realize that, so whoops.
Oh.
Because I moved states.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. So the last election was the first one that I voted in.
I think we're the same age.
Yes. So the 2016 election was the first election I voted in. Mm-hmm. But I found out after we voted that it was my dad's first election to vote in.
Like, my parents have both always been, I'm definitely from a household, so my parents are divorced. But like my parents both always voted. They both I know that they have, but I couldn't tell you what party either of my parents are in. I don't know. Like they never talked about it. My
grandparents, my mom's parents were actually both different, but they made it work. which, I mean, you can make it work. And then I think both my parents were raised not what my brother and I are, but because my brother and I talk about stuff like this all the time, my parents switch now vote what my brother and I vote. And then my aunts and uncles don't, so when they tell me things, and one time I said something on Facebook, and then my uncle was like, "Your dad would not like this," because my dad passed away. He was like, "Your dad would like this," and I'm like, "Jokes on you."
That would piss me off.
I was so angry. I called my mom because it was my mom's brother.
Don't speak for him.
And I was like, "Your brother needs to get out of my life." I was so angry.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's
this is going to be a long break, but we'll read again at 5 after. Also, I was going to go to my Amazon wish list. My thing with the wish list also is I'm trying to get my TBR down to 10.
That's right.
So I don't really want, like, books just showing up. Unless it's something I'm, like, for sure going to get to right away. So I'll assess what's on there. Yeah, good thing I do this because I own that book already. I also own that book already. Hopefully nobody's been on here. I also am a paperback lover, so I wait for a lot of things till they're out in paperback. Just because I prefer to own the paperback.
I agree. And also they're cheaper.
Well, yeah, but I really do prefer them. But I hate, like, starting a series that's not finished and then you want to read them as they come out. But then half my set's different. So that's when I'm tempted. Like, books and series, I'm more tempted to buy the hardcover so the whole set matches.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've also been slightly better about, like, just getting stuff on Libby and then if I like it, buying it. But then it's hard to purchase books that you already read when you could buy books you haven't read.
That is exactly what happened. But then I have the first book and I can't get the second book yet. So I listen or read the second book on Libby, and then I'm like, well, do I need to buy the second book?
Yeah.
Well, then buy the third book.
Yeah.
Should I just sell the first book? Like,
I also get mad at myself though, like books I buy and then don't like, and then I'm like, I wasted my money on this. Because I do sell most of my books back to Half Price Books. They give you like 50 cents a book. Like, it's not good. Which I know if I probably tried to do, because I'm getting rid of a lot of like popular titles, just things that I didn't like. I'm sure if I tried to do like Facebook Marketplace, I could probably sell them. But I don't like to.
Like, Facebook Marketplace,
I don't want to meet people to give them stuff.
One time my friend sold, like, she got this really expensive plant and she like cut off like the leaves or the vines or something and sold them to people.
Oh, because you can probably like replant them.
Yeah. And she charged people like $30. And so
that's a business plan right there.
She would meet people at Starbucks. She would bring her dog and then she
would bring them leaves.
Give it to them and then leave. Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't like meeting, especially like this past year. I wouldn't have wanted to sell stuff. I don't want to meet people. Get away from me, like converting me, maybe.
Yeah.
Actually, I did sell. I sold a full set of Harry Potter books, or I shouldn't say I sold them. I gave them to a lady.
Yeah.
It was just like, here you go.
I don't want these anymore. Thank you.
Well, I have a set, but better her get them from me than somewhere else. So.
Yeah, true.
I'm determined to finish this book before sprints are done today. I'm also getting like Thai food tonight, like a sushi place, I guess, basically. I know. I don't really like sushi, but the crab rangoon at this place is the best I've ever had. So I'm I'll take 3 orders of crab rangoon.
Now I want some because I'll do the same thing. Oh my gosh. Those are my
Okay.
favorite.
I'm gonna read again now.
Okay.
You can be productive, read more essays, whatever.
I'll do something.
Okay, that's time again. Is it good?
Yes, I read 9 pages. It's because I did other things and then I came back and sat down and started reading.
Right. I also had to go outside with the dog, so he's getting antsy in the afternoon. Probably next sprint, I'll probably listen to my audiobook and heat up some lunch. But I don't know. It's getting close to noon here. It's 11:35.
Oh, it's only
Also,
9.
I did not, kind of do my hair again. I don't think it's any darker than it was before. I just think sometimes it's like better lighting here than usually in my videos, so you can see the color better. I also think when you see like all of it with how long it is, it looks different than when you usually just get like this.
Some of it.
Nessa's lasted way longer than mine did, though. Like, she never re-dyed hers, and it still looks colorful, which
Really?
isn't fair.
Mine is not really anymore. It's been over a year.
I've spent too much money to have blue hair, to be honest. Like, I've gone about every 4 weeks, which I could last longer than that, but I feel like every time I have like an event or something where I want it to look fresh, so I've had it done so since June I probably had it done like, I don't know, too many times. Which I'm dyeing it back June 1st to brown, so.
Ooh.
Yeah. I know everyone's gonna be like, who's that girl?
Oh, wait.
Hers is starting to turn green and pink and gray. Well, mine fades to green, so.
I have gray.
Go away. Quit itching. Apparently this is just the live stream of my dog being loud. It is what it is. Well, because usually I sit upstairs. I also feel like he's antsy because he always sits on this couch.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, where do I sit if you're going to sit here?
Like, Mom, you're in my way.
Right, that's my thought. Oof. I'm just like itching to get through stuff. So I'm about halfway through mine now, but I'm doing my 30 books in 30 days, so I'm almost through 2.
Oh, yeah, I forgot you were doing that.
Yeah. That's why I really want to finish 2 things today, because then I'll technically be ahead. Because next week we are out of town. So while we're not really doing stuff while we're there, I don't want to hold myself to finishing a book while we're gone. So we're finishing a book every day while we're gone. So I'd like to leave a little bit ahead. So if I can finish 2 today, 2 tomorrow, and then I'm not sure I'll be able to do 2 Sunday, but then I'll be ahead.
So I have the stream open on my computer so I can look at the chat, and I watched myself yawn in the YouTube, and then I yawned again. I watched myself yawn.
Yeah, my coworker yesterday was yawning all day, and I yawn every single time she does. Keep pace with me, Nessa. Don't get ahead of me, though. Then I'll get sad.
Now I want to try it. It's not going to happen, but.
No. The only reason I'm going to be able to is because I pulled all my short books. Yeah. They're not really short. Like, I only had 2 graphic novels, so 2 of them will be graphic novels. And the rest are all, like, at least 300 pages.
Well, that's not bad.
I guess my one I did yesterday was, like, kind of a novella. It was, like, 170 pages. So, but I said I'm not, like, acquiring new stuff. I'm, like, using what I already had. So I'm not just, like, picking 30 novellas. If I happen to have some already, I'm getting through them. So I'm not sure, like, what my page count will be at the end of the month. That'll be interesting. And I obviously track my stuff by hours. So I'll be curious how many hours I read, like, this month compared to last month.
How many books did you read last month?
13, I think.
Oh. So
Yeah. What is a 21 book series? What are you reading?
yeah, I'm trying to.
21 books? I wouldn't start that.
The only ones that I can think that are that long are like middle grade, like
Yeah, Judy B. Jones.
yeah. I was thinking of Magic Treehouse, but that
But
too.
same thing. Judy B. Jones is like the one for me. I never read Magic Treehouse. But I recently got, I bought from Stasia, actually, her series of unfortunate events. I got like 5 of them from her. And since then, I picked some of the rest up. So I have 1 through 9 now. And I definitely read that in like when I was that age. So I'm excited to get to that. I think the next time I do like a 48-hour readathon, I'm going to try to read as many in that series as I can. Maybe sometime in May. But I do have a project already planned in May, so I basically have my reading plan till probably like August right now.
Oh.
Not specific books, but I'm doing the 30 books in 30 days. And then I'm doing a challenge after that I think might take like 2 months.
Oh, okay.
I have never heard of this. But maybe I should maybe I should look it up because I've been reading the Immortals After Dark series and I just don't know if I like it. It's really smutty, but like the plot is not there.
Have you've been giving those what, 3 stars? 2 stars?
Yeah, and the one I read yesterday was the novella length one, and I gave that 2 stars, but I think it's just as good as the ones I've been giving 3 stars. But there just like really wasn't plot in that one because it was not long enough to have plot. Like they're basically erotic. Like
That's good.
But that's why, and I don't know how to talk about them either, because I wouldn't really recommend them, but I enjoy them. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't just tell somebody to read them. There's a lot of like dubious consent, non-consent, which I'm usually like absolutely not, but it's a thing. And like people love that series. So even me reading them now, like you ever read something and you're like, this is what you guys were talking about?
Yes.
Right, like this is the one that's like everyone's favorite.
What did I read something recently that I did not enjoy and everybody loved it.
I feel like anytime I give, because I do read a lot of hyped books, so I feel like anytime something ends up being 3 stars or less, I'm just like, really? Like seriously, that's the one? I'm trying to think other things I've rated low recently. I don't know. The book I'm reading mentioned, because it's a like Renaissance thing, and they talked about Shakespeare a little, mentioned Station 11 by Emily St. John Mandel, and I hated that book. So I'm just like, skip that reference. Like,
I think on Goodreads I gave it like 4 or 5 stars, but that was like in 2016. So I think
Station 11. Yeah, I probably read it around that time frame. Let me look.
If I reread it, I would probably give it 3.
I was bored. Is my only one
bored too.
thing with that.
It was my pick for my work book club.
Well, and I gave it 2 stars. And I read it in. It doesn't say. I didn't tag it anything. 2015. I don't mesh well with like traveling sequences books, so I think that's probably my main issue with that one also. So I'm obviously like moving around right now, sorry.
It's okay.
Is it an adult series or a young adult? Because that's similar to kind of like how Immortals After Dark is. But Immortals After Dark is always like it's 2 different species. So they're all kind of hate to love because they're not supposed to like be attracted to a different species. So it's all like vampires, demons, witches, ghosts, werewolves, but like in different species having relationships. And so I'm 7 books into that now. So there's a little bit more of like a plot going throughout all the books, but you're supposed to be able to read them all as standalones. But I think, like, individually, the books do not hold up on their own. Like, the world doesn't make sense unless you, like, read a bunch of them.
Mm-hmm. I need to get into paranormal romance. I don't know.
I never thought I would like it, but apparently I do. Each book follows a different character. Yeah, that sounds similar. Maybe that one's better. I should probably actually check it out. I don't know.
My 4 hours.
It's definitely like, okay, we're coming up on 4 hours for me. I'm gonna eat, and then I really want to just like crack down, finish that book, and then I'll probably take another little break and start the next thing. At 50, we'll probably read again. I'm really close to finishing the audiobook of From Blood and Ash, so I'm going to listen to that while I heat up my food, but I never know how to track audiobooks. Like, I'm not counting any of my audiobooks this month as my 30 books in 30 days, so by the end of the month, I'll probably actually be at, like, 35 books. I know I could track them, like, that's just not really how I planned it, I guess. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't listen to that many audiobooks, though.
I'm listening to one right now, or I was. And I'm trying to remember what it is.
I'm actually enjoying it because I was really interested in From Blood and Ash, and then I saw so many, like, mediocre reviews that I kind of was like, maybe I won't read it. And I've actually liked it. I don't think it's a 5-star for me, but it's not as bad as some people have said. Also, I decided to do it now because tomorrow, I don't remember who's all in it, but I know Sarah from Sarah's Shelves is in a live show that they're talking about this book. It says I have an hour and 2 minutes left at the speed I'm listening to.
That's not bad.
So I won't finish it in the next sprint, but I'm getting close.
I don't know when I'm gonna read it, but when I get to it, I'm excited.
Well, I'm curious because I don't own a physical copy. It's a long book, but the audiobook hasn't felt like bad. Mm-hmm. Like, it was a 20-hour audiobook, but I've been able to listen to it way faster than I listen to any other audiobooks. So, like, is the font just really big in the books? I don't know. I've never seen it in person. And it reads, I don't think it is YA. Like, I would definitely at least consider it new adult, but it reads young, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's steamy, but it reads like a YA.
Okay. I heard
like, I would compare it to any, like, Throne of Glass, Falling Kingdoms, plus they actually bone. Like, that's really all. Like, it's that kind of, like, fantasy.
I'm kind of into that.
Yeah, it's good.
I heard it was, like, a slow start. Do you agree to that? That it took a while for something to actually happen?
I didn't really think so, but I've been listening to it at work, so I'm always, like, doing something, which I can't just, like, sit and listen to an audiobook. I know some people do that.
I can't.
But I can focus way better if I'm doing something, but I think that also helps, like, if something's being slow, I'm not completely focused on it, I guess, or, like, I'm doing other things, not just, like, suffering through it. I didn't really think it was. I don't know. Yeah, I'm listening to it at 2.2 times speed, and usually I'm, like, a 1.5 kind of gal. So, okay, at what? Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, depending on the book, I'm usually a 2, but if I'm really not into it, I'm a 2.5. And the other day I was listening to something and I cranked that thing up to 3, and I was like,
because you were like, get it done.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe, but I think that like, the first 2 chapters I'm still, like, giving something a chance. Or I feel like books that have, like, a really slow, like, the whole middle 200 pages are slow, I would notice more than, like, that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Okay, let's read for 30 minutes. Math is hard. 20. Okay, it's time.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello,
How are you?
Hello. I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Martine. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Do you guys know each other? Kind
We've,
of.
we've talked on comments and such
Right.
before. We've never been able to talk in real time.
That's
what
what
I told
Kayla said when she
Yeah.
jumped on with me. She's like, Bailey, we've never like been live together. Like we've never talked face to face. I was like, that can't be right because I've watched her live so many times and she's watched me. So I was like, that's not right. But I think it is.
Today is just a momentous day.
Right.
My heart
Well,
is
that's just when you watch somebody on YouTube and then talk in person, you feel like you already do talk to that person.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, right now I'm going through that weird thing at school too, where like there's some classmates I've only ever met on Zoom.
Oh, okay.
And like I know one day I'm going to be able to talk to them in real life and I'm going to be like, ah!
Weird, right.
How's your dog? And they're like, how do you know that I have a dog?
Right.
Right. Oh.
What are you reading, Martine?
I'm just doing homework.
That's fair. Kayla was doing somebody else's homework, so.
Yeah, I am.
Why?
They sent me their essay and then they wanted me to read it and go over it and make sure like it was okay. But then they sent me the articles they had to read too. So I read all the articles too because I'm crazy.
No.
So I took these notes for myself. This has nothing to do with their paper, but like, wait, where's the camera? Like,
She's been into it. She's
I'm getting
enjoying
into
the
it.
process.
This is like, my history classes in college were awful. And these are good articles and like, I'm getting into it.
I'm just studying jury selection.
Nice.
Woo.
Funny story.
That-
I got jury duty like the first month I would have been eligible. Like right when I turned 18.
Wow.
But I never had to go in. But I was like, are you joking me?
No.
Like I know people who have never got it. I turned 18
I
in
got
March
it.
and I got jury duty in April. Like
I got it 2 years ago and I went and it was a great time. And then they picked me and they were like, okay, come back in 2 hours. So I went to Starbucks and I read and then I came back. And then we got in there and the judge was like, so as you can tell, there's no lawyers in here. I didn't know how to contact you, but there's not a case, so go home. And I was angry because I was so excited to be there.
you wanted to do it?
I wanted them to pick me. I was so angry.
My mother-in-law's a court reporter. So she gets to be in a lot.
You know.
Izzy had jury duty canceled. I feel like I was lucky that I didn't have to go in. My mom had like state jury duty when she was supposed to be getting married, and they wouldn't let her out of it.
Oof.
But then she ended up, they let her leave for the day because she got married on a Friday. So she was like, I'm literally getting married.
Yeah.
And they were like, it's not a good enough excuse.
I probably would just sit there and be like, this is what I study. And he'd be like, please leave. Goodbye.
Yeah.
We don't want you. You know too much.
I have a good experience with, not a good experience, but like I have a good memory of jury duty when I was a kid because my mom got it one day and we lived in Galveston County. So we would go to Galveston for jury duty and my mom went to jury duty and my dad was like, okay, let's go to Moody Gardens. So like we went to the aquarium and we went to like the little like rainforest thing inside the building. So I had a great time when my mom had jury duty.
That is not what jury duty is actually like.
No.
Oh.
I don't know. I just think most cases you're actually going to get called in for aren't like going to be that interesting.
The Chauvin case right now is pretty interesting.
Yeah. Actually, my best friend who lives in Minneapolis is down, not there. She's actually coming here. That's who I'm going to dinner with tonight.
They sent the like preliminary survey to like 400 people.
Oh,
a 14-page survey.
They were like, didn't they not move county because they were like, no, county is going to be different.
Right. The change of venue was just kind of pointless. So they didn't do it. But I think they probably granted like 1 or 2 continuances to delay it. But
I'm not sure.
But the judge set like aside the same amount of time to select a jury for that trial as to do the actual trial. So
Like, what are you planning to do with your degree when you're done? For
great
anyone watching who doesn't know, Martine like does I don't
Forensic
know what you're doing, but
psychology.
yeah, that.
Yeah. I mean, my main plan after I graduate is to go to grad school and then figure it out from there. Because I've always wanted to get my PhD, so I know that.
So we can call you Dr. Martine. Are you going to
Right.
change your name to Dr. Martine instead of just Martine?
No, but that will be my official title because I've wanted that since I was like 7.
Okay.
So I'll get my PhD, and then who the heck knows? I don't.
Great.
But for right now, I'm just learning.
Perfect. Some people are like that. Like, I definitely know people who would love to just be in school their whole life.
I mean,
Not
don't
me,
get me
but-
wrong. School stresses me the heck out, but like, it's also all I've ever known, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know what to do outside of school.
Right. Like, does the thought of like going and actually getting a job, does that make you nervous?
Yes.
I know a lot of people that way that like got out of school and are just like, oh crap.
No,
Now I have to go do this thing I've been studying for.
it seems like the worst ever. So
Yeah.
not looking forward to it. What are you guys reading?
I'm reading Well Met by Jen DeLuca. I don't have the pretty cover with me, but
I'm
last
reading.
sprint since I was eating, I was listening to the audiobook of From Blood and Ash.
Are you
Almost
liking
done.
it?
I have like 34 minutes left. I actually
Oh.
did like it. I said this our last break, but I heard really good things like right away, and then I've seen recently like less positive things. So I kind of was like, I don't know. I liked it, or am liking it. I'm basically done.
Mm-hmm. Are you liking Beach Read, Kayla?
I'm only like 9 pages into it. But if you were to go back to when I was actually reading it, I was like into it, and then something happened on like page 6, and I was like,
You read it, right, Martine? Oh yeah, because
Yeah.
Kayla said she saw that you rated it 5 stars and I rated it 3 stars.
Yes. Well, Bailey, we almost never rate books the same way.
Yes, that is also true.
If I like
But I
it,
think we
they'll
found out
probably
why.
hate it. I don't know.
I think it's because what was the thing when I read Lazarus? You said that you liked. It was something.
The
with
ghost
dialogue.
was funny.
Huh?
The ghost was funny.
Yeah. But there was something with what I said about it being like I could tell that it was written like she had written plays in the past.
Hmm.
Like that it was just a lot of dialogue.
You also don't
I
like
don't remember.
YA thrillers usually.
Yeah, not really. They don't ever really work with me because that's the same thing when I read Ashley's and I read, what is that book called? A Good Girl's Guide to Murder.
Hmm.
And everybody loves that. And I just don't know what it is about those. It's the thing of teenagers not actually being allowed to do all the stuff that they're apparently allowed to do in these thrillers. Like, I think adult thrillers are hard enough with like people trying to be detectives themselves, let alone making it a teenager.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Ashley, we were talking about you.
We summoned you. Yeah, but the only book I think that we've read and agreed on was The Duke Who Didn't.
And I know why you like that because it's the reason I like that, and it's the banter.
mm-hmm.
I like funny characters.
Yeah.
That's all I need to like a
Like
book.
that's where our humor matches.
Yes. But the funny ghost was not good enough for you.
But that's when I said I didn't think I liked paranormal either. And now I've been reading this whole paranormal romance series, which granted is not 5 stars. And Izzy, who's also here, is who's hosting that read along. But I've been enjoying those.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes you just like to read something different.
Sometimes I just lie to myself and I'm like, I don't like this thing. And it turns out I do.
You know?
Yeah.
I feel like maybe I do that with fantasy, except not really, but kind of.
That's like me saying I'm going to take a break from fantasy. I'm not going to read any. I've read fantasy books this month, let's be honest.
Yeah, I'm like, I
From
don't
Blood
need
and
fantasy.
Ashes, technically.
And then I do, and I'm like, it was fine. But it's
Yeah.
not like fantasies are always my new favorite books or something. Like, I'm not obsessed with fantasy the same way that like a large portion of booktube
No,
is.
yeah.
Yeah.
You read a lot of fantasy, Kayla.
Sure.
Feels like it. Not really?
I don't know. What have I read recently? I literally have not finished a book in a month. So
That's okay.
what do I read? I don't know.
Yeah, I also like haven't been reading. It's been tragic.
I thought I didn't in March, but my wrap-up's going up tonight, and I read 13 books, so...
That's good. Well, see, it looks like I read something in March because I was crushing it the first 2 weeks of March, and then all of a sudden I was reading nothing.
Now we know you are the fantasy reader. If we need fantasy recs, we come to you.
I trust your opinions on that because you like that, but I don't read it as much. But I know if you're going to recommend one, it's going to be a solid one, you know?
I feel like I've learned like a lot of your guys' tastes in books even. So I would be able to recommend specific things to you and not just like, I like this, maybe you will too.
Mm-hmm.
Like I feel like I know if I read a romance, if Martine would hate it.
Yes.
Oh,
True.
Like
Very
or if
easy
she
to
would like
tell.
it. Right. There's obviously some that are in the middle that are like, maybe you would, maybe you wouldn't, but...
I started reading this book for Buzzwordathon yesterday, and something happened on the second page that I hate, so I'm worried.
Great!
Good start to April.
I don't know if you guys have noticed either, I have been DNFing pretty often this year so far. Well, I think I've DNF'd 4 things this year.
But if
But I
you
used to be a
don't
finisher.
yeah.
Mhm.
So...
Okay, so according to my Goodreads, I'm meeting all of my friends today. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Hi. He's screaming in the background. So Bailey,
Okay, hold on, I wasn't ready.
Bailey, to answer your question,
I'm like holding my laptop in the air with one hand.
Answer what?
So I was looking at my Goodreads, and in the last,
Oh no, stop it. No.
in the last like 2 or 3 months, I haven't read a lot of fantasy. So pretty much the only fantasy I've read in the last 2 or 3 months was the ACOTAR series.
Okay.
But I like to read fantasy. I haven't done it recently.
I tried to listen to the audiobook of the second one, and I liked the first 2 when I read them the first time, and the audiobook for the second one wasn't working for me. So now I feel like I got like 80% of the way through the audiobook and was like, I'm not liking it. So now I feel like I need to reread the whole second book with my eyes. And I think the issue with that for me was I've read it with my eyes before. So how the audiobook narrator was reading it is not how I previously like heard things, I guess, or like pictured characters talking or just stuff like that. So it wasn't working.
Mm-hmm.
Ashley, what are you reading? 6 things?
I'm down to 4 or 5. Okay.
Are you ready now? These Violent Delights.
Fantasy. Memoir. World War II.
Okay.
Thriller. Very surprising. And then House of Hollow, which is a horror. Also surprising.
Interesting. I think the only one of those I've ever heard of is These Violent Delights.
It's good. I'm going to read it.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't know if that would be for me.
It's
I've heard
very...
it's kind of slow. Is it slow?
Yes, but I'm obsessed with it because it's like no romance has happened at all, and I'm like 60% done, and I'm just like,
Like, is a romance brewing? Okay.
Isn't it a retelling of Romeo and Juliet?
Yeah, but
yes, that's the best part. I was like, God, this is gonna be some cheesy Insta romance, and it's really not. They're actually exes. I hope they get back together, but I know that once the book ends, I'll want to like go attack the author. So I'm wondering if maybe they don't.
Like the author I know is like young.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Say
he's
she's
still
younger than I
young.
am,
Yeah.
which I think is cool.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll read again at 40.
Yay.
I put up here because my iPad was going to die, but now my phone is also going to die.
I am only this far into this book, and I have to have it done by the 4th or the 5th. So I'm very stressed.
Sunday or Monday. You can do it.
Oh crap! I need my charger. Hold on.
That's how I feel about the test I'm studying for.
Yeah. I need. What is today? Friday. My weekend's gonna be off all weekend because today's.
Hmm.
But Sunday is Easter. But I don't think we're doing anything.
What do people cook for Easter? Because I can't remember anything.
Ham.
Like, yeah.
Did you say lamb or ham?
Ham. Lamb would be very extra.
That's what I thought. I was like, I don't know though. Like, aren't baby lambs like the aesthetic?
I think that lamb is an Easter thing.
Not to eat.
Are you
I-
sure?
Yes. Well, so, from the religious perspective of Easter, I don't recommend eating lamb.
That's what I thought, but I've been thinking about it all week, and I'm like, I feel.
I just saw the meme of the lamb cake. That
The
the
what?
girl like tried to refrost it. Did you see that?
No.
It's not that funny. She bought like a really nice like lamb cake, but it was like a cake in the shape of a lamb. And it
Oh,
was like frosted, and then I don't know if she ate some of it or if it melted, and so she tried to refrost it, and then it just looked like scary.
I thought you meant like a lamb meat pie
Right,
cake.
like a patty.
Yeah. Oh God. All right, what is everyone else reading? Because I missed all of that.
Yes, I'm reading Well Met by Jen DeLuca. I'm like halfway through.
Awesome.
I'm reading Beach Read by Emily Henry.
Very nice.
And I'm reading my notes and making flashcards.
We love it. We love it.
It's honestly probably more productive.
I really wish I could be reading right now, but I'm so stressed about all the work I have to do this
Like,
weekend.
is
What subject?
Legal psych.
Ooh, fun.
is this time of year like midterm time, kind of?
No, it's that really fun time in the semester where like you still have the normal amount of work that you've had the whole semester, but also projects and papers are due.
Yep. Love that.
Sometimes I feel you when you're talking about doing group projects because I know that you're the one who does the work, and I'm always just like,
Yeah.
if I was Martine, I'd be like screaming.
Just that meme of like, when I die, I want my group project members to lower me into the grave so that they can let me down one last
One last
time.
time. I love that meme.
That's
Where
okay.
did-
Like the meme that I always say like is me is the one of like me showing up to work with the drink that made me late. That's me.
Amazing.
Okay. I'm going to prepare to read. I have to do math every time we do this.
I'm nervous.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Off we go. Okay, that's time again. Mine's getting good now.
Is she still loving the leather pant?
I think so. I think she does like the leather pants. It is finally like romance happening. I feel like it took a while, but
I'm just finishing the last page in this chapter.
yes, do it.
I was just making
Also-
flashcards. So
You were making flashcards? I was just gonna say Izzy is doing 30 manga in 30 days, also this month. So I'm curious how many she's finished so far. If you're still here, Izzy, let me know. I've never read a manga. Have
I
any of you
haven't
guys?
either. So
I know for a fact I've read one. I might have read more.
I mean, it's something I'd be willing to try for sure. So Nessa's reading a 21 book series. What is the time
Whoa.
frame you're trying to read these all in?
21?
Ooh. I'm assuming this is a manga that I should start with. Oh, look.
Ooh.
My brother has me reading one called Noragami. I've only read the first part, and then the whole website is down like all of April for maintenance, apparently. So
Oh. Were you liking it?
I don't know. Undecided.
Okay.
Junji Ito. I'm looking.
I know. I see.
Jun.
I think it's like which one? I
Yeah.
think they're all called Junji something. Tell me one, the Junji Ito horror comic collection. Is that what I should be looking at? This?
Oh, the whole series this month. Oh my gosh.
Are they long books, Nessa? Or not really? 21 books, that's a lot. I usually don't read series like right in order either. Like I put other books in between.
Yep.
Maybe I should read them in order because I feel like I struggle a lot with waiting too long and then being confused.
Yes. I have some I'm like, it's been 10 years. I have to restart.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to
That's
find.
still long. Less than 400 pages.
Oh. If it's 300, I'm like, okay, it's a full size book.
Oh, yeah. That's what this is 316, and I'm like, yep, that's full length.
How much is this one?
I still have faith in you, Nessa. You can do it. Are you reading it for something? Like, is there a deadline why you're trying to finish that fast, or just for yourself?
I'm looking at her currently reading, and she has 17 currently reading, and I feel it.
That better not be accurate.
These violent delays. Just like
Yes,
stalking her.
Jump on a buddy read. I think I have only 3 currently reading right now. Which one is my audiobook, one is my book, and then I was reading the novellas in the Assassin's Blade.
Oh.
So I just read one. Now I'm reading other things, and then I'll read another.
I
Did
like
you like it? Oh, go ahead.
I like only mark things as currently reading, like after I finish them.
to then go, I finished this book.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I feel like Sometimes I do that because sometimes I'll finish a book and think I'm going to start something else and then change my mind and not take it off necessarily. So, not that often though. In May, Nessa, you should do a vlog that's just like reading through all my currently reading.
Yes.
Cleaning out my currently reading.
I only have 2 books on my currently reading that I am like not, 3 that I'm not actively reading because I started The Darkest Minds and The Muse of Nightmares, and I think I read like the first page and then I was like, okay, I have a better book for this prompt. Wait. And then there's one called The Dragon Orb, and I don't know what that is.
You don't know how it ended up there?
It's been 2 years. I guess I started it and was
It's
like,
on your currently reading for 2 years? Remove that.
It's
I
like,
can't. I'm a completionist. Are you sure?
you can put it back later.
Okay.
I wouldn't leave that for 2 years.
I keep telling myself I'll put it on the next month's TBR, but I guess.
It's to the point where you'd have to start it over.
Okay, that's true. Okay, I changed it. Oh my god, that's free.
So now you have what, 8 books on your currently reading?
Yeah.
Quote, that's freeing.
For real. I don't know. Like, I can't comprehend how you read like multiple fantasy books at once.
It's fun. It's
I would
like
get confused. Everything would become one in my mind.
I don't know. It's like opening a different file in my brain that has like all the memories of that plot and then closing it and hopping over to a different file.
Right.
Every other chapter.
I can't do it.
Nessa says, now that's an idea.
Right. Okay. We're going to read
Exactly.
again at 20.
It's not, I don't even know if it's a good thing. It's just like how my brain works.
Okay, we're going to read again at 20 because I really wanted to finish this by the time, I have like just under 3 hours left. So need a couple shorter breaks and some long breaks are fine. How far did you get, Kayla?
I didn't read anything. I started listening to music. I don't know if y'all saw me. I started listening to music and then I was kind of singing.
Kayla!
Unmute.
That's fine. I'm still trying to get out of my reading slump, so
I know.
I'm vibing.
Is it because of Aquar?
No, I don't know what it was.
Is that the last thing you finished?
No, the last thing I finished was a graphic novel about Harley Quinn, but it was so good. So I don't know how that put me in a reading slump because I think my TBR for March was just so big that I was like, I don't want to read.
I can't do it. Right.
But I also started some new medicine, and I think because I started the medicine, my brain was like, you have other things to do.
Yeah. I've
Fair.
felt that before. Any change in just like how you're feeling changes your whole like routine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna get ready. But I don't really notice while we're reading anything because I'm trying to stay focused.
Mood.
Trying my best. I've read like 150 pages since this morning.
Nice.
That's good.
Like I was 1 chapter into this when I got on here this morning.
Wow.
I wanted to finish this and a whole other thing because the next thing I'm reading is middle grade that I don't think is very long.
Oh, well, that's good.
So I'm like, Still behind where I wanted to be. I'd like to be 3 out of 30 by the end of today.
Oh, right. Because
Yeah.
yeah, the 30 and 30.
Okay, let's read. That's time. I read the most pages I've read in 30 minutes all day.
Yay!
I read 29 pages.
Yay.
How did everyone else do?
I read 12.
Nice.
That's more than 0.
Yes. At one point, she said something to her friend on the phone, and I almost fell out of my chair, and I thought it was the funniest thing I'd ever heard. And then her friend came back with something else that was even funnier.
Oh,
Well, you're only on like not even page 20. I feel like that's not a spoiler.
Oh, they were talking. Well, it's inappropriate.
Okay.
If you have a young audience,
Yeah, I don't know.
they
who's
don't need to
watching.
hear that.
Whatever.
Her friend was talking about how she got 4th of July off from work, and then she was like, "Well, I guess my boss now thinks I'm gonna give him a blowjob because he gave me a holiday off." And I thought it was hilarious.
I don't remember that from that book.
Wow.
I don't remember that book. I don't think that book is actually very like smutty.
How is studying going, Martine?
Well, so I finished making my flashcards during the last sprint, so I moved over I did an article reading for one class, and now I'm doing textbook reading for memory class. So,
Ooh. Very fun. 2 sprints ago,
Like,
I
how
made
much time do you think you spend a week doing homework?
It depends on the week. I was tracking it this week, and then I gave up tracking it, but it's not too bad. I do homework a lot faster than most other people, so it could be worse.
I've noticed that you said that you don't like take notes while you do your textbook reading anymore, which I think is smart.
Yeah, the notes would be bad notes. I wouldn't get anything from it. It would just be a waste of my time. It would make me sad.
Yeah. Because like I would never be like an in-depth annotator reading either. I feel like realistically, how often do people go back through that? I think even on a reread, like, that's not
fair.
for me.
I like it for just, like, if I'm like, this is the quote I'm going to use in my review.
Okay.
Or,
I do like that you do that.
oh, thanks. That helps me too. Like, if I didn't find a quote that really, like, just kind of made me think, or I thought it was really funny, and if I'm like struggling to find one that I'm like, this book is 3 stars max. Like, if there's not a single quote in the whole book.
Right. I like Martine's review structure too with your 5 things.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I just added you on Goodreads.
Yeah,
been
you
trying-
and Nessa both.
Huh?
You and Nessa both, just suddenly. I was like,
Weird.
what?
It was like Nessa is friends with Martine, and I had just added Nessa, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. Let's do this.
I've been trying to go through like all the people I watch that I would like to be friends with on Goodreads and like adding people on Goodreads.
Yeah, I'm very slow about it. So it's like 6 months after we become friends. I'm like, oh, hey.
Yeah. I have one of my, she would have been my middle school teacher, but she taught like theater in high school. Comments on my Goodreads a lot. I think I'm friends with 4 of my teachers that are pretty active on Goodreads, but one of them comments on my stuff pretty often.
And that's strange to me. Like, I have an ASL teacher from when I was in elementary school because she was a coworker with my dad. And now I'm like, okay, my elementary school ASL teacher reads cowboy smut.
That's what I'm like with my teacher too. I'm like, oh, she knows that I read some of this stuff now.
True. Yeah, I guess it goes both ways.
I don't know though, because I'm friends like I said, my stepmom reads a lot too, and I'm obviously friends with her on Goodreads. So some of that stuff that I read too, I'm just like, Sarah, don't look into this. Don't tell Dad.
Don't tell Dad. See, my mom reads Outlander, and she's the one who got me into it. And I'm like, well, we can't talk about this in front of my dad. And she's like, oh no, he watches the Netflix show. He already knows the plot.
And I feel like you don't even like think that that's all it is. Yeah, I don't know.
But like I can't watch it. Like now I struggle like watching any of the uncomfortable episodes because I'm like, my dad watched this.
Yeah, that's awkward.
I just don't like the show. Hot take. The show is bad.
That's fair. Tell me why. I've only seen like part of season 1.
Okay, so the pacing is weird. So my sister and I, we watched up to like the 7th episode. Maybe
Okay.
we were like, we just can't do it anymore because we both read the book. And so the pacing was like identical to the book, except we were like, the other shoe is going to have to drop at some point. They can't keep this pacing the whole time because we were like a third of the way into the first book, and they do have like one book per season, and there were 10 episodes in the season. We had just finished episode 7.
I think I'm close to that.
And I was like, what? And then also we were waiting for the like big first plot point in the book. I don't want to spoil it, but and we watched that episode, and that episode was literally terrible. My sister and I were so upset. We were like, we're not watching this ever again.
Is it? I'm trying. Stones?
No, it's I'm trying to say this without spoiling it. When the group is out collecting taxes, they run into trouble, and there is an arrangement that must be made.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay.
Yes,
Do
baby.
you think I would like that series? I
I
know nothing about Outlander.
hesitate to ever recommend anything to you.
That's my thoughts. I'm
All
like,
my
no.
recommendations.
I will own up that I like consider myself to like a pretty harsh rater. So I feel like some people, what bugs me is there's certain people I watch that will completely trash a book and give it 3 stars. And that drives me nuts. I'm like, if I'm gonna trash a book, 1 star. like
Okay. I
there's a
feel
5-star
bad.
scale for a reason.
I feel bad when I trash an arc to then rate it badly. And not like, oh, it was free, I have to give it a good review. But normally it's like a debut novel or like a self-published Amazon author. Like the one that I'm on the launch team for, like I will not reapply. That is trash. And like I'm like, I got an email that was like, the 3rd book is on its way to you soon. And I was like,
No.
cool. But I gave it like 2.5 rounded to 3 because I was like,
I feel like in that situation you feel more like the author's gonna see it.
yeah, like she follows
I
all of my social
It
media.
should never be a thing.
Yeah, I know. I feel like it's weird when authors are following me now because then I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't want to be like, your book is 2 stars at best. So
I think my most common, my stats video is going up tonight with my wrap up, and I think my most common rating so far this year is 2 stars.
oh,
That's
Like
a
I
hot
think
take.
I have 12 2-star books.
I will admit, I just finished Elements of Power by Kate Stossel, and she is following me now, but she wasn't like when I first finished it. And I read it, it's an arc, I guess, and it was very like all of my least favorite tropes. And it was very clearly like there needed to be more beta readers before the arc was made. And I gave it 3 stars because I wanted to give it 2, but I'm on the book tour, and if I give it 2, I have to like do something extra, and I was like, I can't be bothered. So I rounded it up.
I do feel like that's an interesting perspective from your perspective though, because you are probably who I interact with the most, who reads the most like arcs and does the most like pre-release promotional stuff.
Or maybe
And
right.
so I'm never approaching my reviews in that way. Know what I mean?
That's fair.
There's no consequences to me.
Yeah.
The author's not following me. They're not going to see it, right?
Yeah.
But I do have interest a little bit of interest in Outlander. I'd be curious to try it, but it's such a long series.
Yeah,
The books are long. It's a long series.
the only thing I'd say is like it takes a while for the first book to pick up because like while she's in her present day,
Oh God, yeah.
it's not interesting.
I was like, I don't care about this Frank dude, like at
I
all.
hate Frank.
Like, how far into the series do you think someone should get before they make a call whether they will like it as a whole?
I mean, you'll know before like halfway into the first book.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I wish
I'll
you had
try
told
it.
me that because I literally just sold my Outlander book like 2 days ago for like $1.
Of course. I
would've
don't need to
emailed it you.
acquire more books right now. I need 0 more books right now.
But I haven't managed to start the 5th book in that series because I have the mass market paperback version and it's 1,400 pages.
What's the title?
The Fiery Cross.
I have that one in the hardcover and it's huge.
It's humongous.
Yeah,
I haven't started reading it.
just looking at it, I'm like, I don't want to get the 3rd book. Like,
I'll
I'll
show it to you right now.
I used to own
Kayla,
like the.
We're not
Three.
gonna do it.
No, I'm probably gonna do it. I used to own
No, you guys should buddy read it.
that. I'll try it. I'll make it happen. It won't,
I'm
but I
willing
can
to
try.
try it.
This is
I
this
used
is
to own-
huge.
Yeah, that is huge. For a mass market too, that has to be hard to hold. I'd probably
look
get it
at
on ebook.
Yeah.
They both look huge.
It's insane.
Y'all can fight someone with that.
You really could.
You don't need pepper spray. Just bring the
No,
book
just
with you.
books.
Like,
That's my book.
I do also though think that the Bridgertons show was much better than the books.
Okay.
And I have a strong suspicion that as the show goes on, it's gonna stray from the books quite a bit.
Did you see the news today?
No.
Okay, I don't watch the show yet, but one of the actors quit. I don't want to spoil because I think that's a spoiler. His name is like Regé-Jean Page or Rage.
One moment.
He's in a romance with a redhead. It's like
With
Daphne.
is it the person who plays Colin?
Uh,
1 second.
he is Simon Bassett.
Oh, what? That's like the main love interest in the first series.
That's what I thought.
Yep, it does say that he did.
Apparently, he has 4 movies lined up, and he was like,
That doesn't
"He's
surprise
out."
me either, but I feel like you can't just quit. Like, that's what just made him famous all of a sudden.
Is he in the next book?
Like, he's in, like, so the books are all where it follows one of the siblings.
Okay.
Romance, but it does, like you get scenes with the whole family. Know what I mean? Like, he's not necessarily a main character in the other ones, but now he's part of this family that the whole series follows.
Oh, weird. They made it sound like they're not going to recast him.
You probably could just write him out, but I feel like that you'd also have to write out his love interest then too. Because I feel like she can't really just start showing up without him. But interesting.
Okay. I'm rearranging. That's so uncomfortable in the office.
It does say that Daphne's character will still be there. That'll be interesting to watch how they. I feel like they're obviously gonna have to change their whole like script and stuff for the whole second season.
It's okay.
Hi, buddy.
Hi. Hi.
Okay, do you want to read again at 5?
Yes.
Okay.
I was falling asleep in the last one on accident, so I'll try.
I had to charge my phone, so that's why I went up there.
Ugh.
Plugged my phone in. Okay. Look, one of my banners I already had created actually works. I feel like every time I've had to create a new one.
Okay. This book, House of Hollow, is getting scary.
Good luck. Okay. It's time again.
Hello.
Ashley looks comfy.
I fell asleep again.
I read 26 pages.
Ooh.
I'm officially not going to be able to finish in the sprints, but I'm going to be close. So right after I'll probably finish.
Yay.
I read like 12 textbook pages.
And then it's still fairly early in the day.
That's a lot.
How many?
12 for a textbook?
12 textbook pages. So,
Yeah.
do I understand what it's saying? No.
That is a lot. Hello, hello.
Kayla, how did you do?
I'm trying to remember what page I started on. I read.
You were on like 21, if my math's
Yeah.
good from the
On, like,
pages you said.
I
Yeah.
read 15. Pretty good.
If my math was right, because you said you were on page 9 and then you said you read 12 pages.
12 pages, yeah.
Yeah, I read 15.
Okay. Is it getting better? Or do you
Yes.
still?
I like the banter that's happening with everybody because she's just angry at everybody right now, and I'm into it.
I think you will like that book. Also, Martine, I think you would like this one.
Why?
I don't know. Just feels like your thing.
What's
Like
it
it's more
called?
of a rom-com romance, which I feel like you enjoy.
Mm-hmm. What's it called? Well Met by...
Well Met. I think you would recognize the actual cover. Let me pull it up. Or is it in this room? No, I don't know where I put it. It's set at a Renaissance fair.
Oh, yes, I know the cover.
That's the cover.
Okay, I think that might be on my TBR list.
Yeah. It's cute. It's definitely not hard hitting. It's a pretty light.
It's not available at my library, so RIP, I'll never read it.
Dang. Lame.
I made it to 70% in House of Hollow. And I just really don't understand what's going on, which isn't a bad thing, but I'm really just questioning, what if the villain is the good guy? You know? I don't know.
You said it's horror.
Yeah.
I feel like I get confused in horror a lot too, because I feel like a lot of them do follow until you get to the twist or get to what's actually happening.
Yeah.
It's confusing.
I feel like there's something, a very obvious plot that they could do, and then I would have understood the whole time. But I feel I don't know, I feel like there's almost some kind of dark foreshadowing that I'm picking up, but maybe that's all in my head and it's really just a simple plot.
I mean, you always kind of hope that the obvious thing isn't what's actually happening, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
And Nessa, halfway through a 400-page book is still really good.
Yes. Go Nessa.
Yeah. I need to figure out what books I need to read next week. 'Cause I'm going to try to mostly do my ebooks while I'm gone. I'm going to be so close to Martine. So close.
I need to finish a book today. It's not negotiable with my schedule. I don't know.
I thought you had to finish the one.
Yeah.
Thriller one.
They're all due this week. All of them.
Oh, so you need to finish all of them.
Yeah. And These Violent Delights is due at my library on the 7th. So I have to finish that one too. So I'm just here.
Trying your best.
It's okay. They only gave me House of Hollow last week. So I feel like they were saving it for someone with more viewers, and they were like, well, it's too late. Just give it to her. And I'm like, you can't give me 7 days.
Right, it's too late.
So I feel like it's not entirely my fault if I get that one done late because I had no advance notice.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like all my deadlines are self-inflicted, so nobody else is counting on it.
That's nice.
That same with I said that Chris agreed to do a video
Oh,
to actually read a book, and so he's supposed to read it this week.
what's he reading?
It's a secret.
Oh, I hope it's a rom-com.
It's not. I let him pick what he was
Oh,
reading
wow.
that day. So he did choose what book he was reading. But I'm hoping that he actually finishes it and has thoughts. Like, I filmed with him the intro already, and I was saying that, like, I know that I talk with my hands a lot. So I'm
Mhm.
sitting there explaining books to him, talking with my hands. And in the video, he just takes my hand and, like, pushes my hand up. And I'm like, yes, I know that I talk with my hands. So I don't know if the intro is going to be even. I haven't even tried to edit it together, but I know for sure some of it I'm going to have to cut out. So you may not see me actually explaining the books. You may just see us struggling through filming together.
I love that.
I can't get John to film with me. I've asked him like 4 or 5 times. I'm like, let's do this, let's do this, let's do this. And he just looks at me. And I'm like,
Chris would be in, like, clips or whatever, like, do that kind of stuff. Or, like, if I asked Chris to do some sort of challenge, he would probably do it. But the fact that this is me, like, he's actually going to have to read a book for this one,
Yeah.
well, I had to really convince him. My thing is I've wanted to do where the challenge where someone reads you, like, the first sentence of a book and you try to guess. But I'm not being mean to the love of my life, but the kid cannot read out loud to save his life. So I'm like, I don't think we can do that one.
I let Michael read that one book, and he's back in December, and he's still reading it. So
Harris borrowed one of my books. He read one chapter with me sitting next to him reading my own book at the time. He has not read it since. The other day,
Yeah.
we were on a Zoom call for like an extracurricular thing, and he propped up his camera with the book, and I was like, "That's my book."
oh no! How long has it been?
Months.
Right. Chris will do that too. He started a couple things, and like the day he starts, he'll be like, "Yeah, I'll do it. I'll read this. You told me you think I would like this, whatever," and he's all for it. If it gets past that day, it's not happening.
Yeah, the day he started reading it, because like he chose one of my books. He was like, "Can I read this?" And I was like, "Sure." And then he read the first chapter, and he's like, "I wonder if I'm just going to sit down and read this all today, like I used to growing up." And I was like, "You're not." And
You're not
he
gonna.
didn't.
You're not.
Chris read one book when we first got together, and he was still trying to impress me. He read, and it wasn't even a book I liked, but I was like, out of anything I own, I feel like you would like this. And he read The Maze Runner in like 2014. But then I liked The Maze Runner and hated the rest. So I wouldn't even give him the second book. I was like, it sucks.
I can't finish that series. My ex-boyfriend
It's not worth it.
to me before bed, and I'm like,
Yeah, no thanks. Also have Girl Scout cookies right here.
I was having eating Cheez-Its during the last sprint.
Chocolate covered blueberries.
I might hop off before we read again and go eat lunch and then maybe come back because
Okay.
I'm hungry.
I
Okay.
also need to eat lunch. It's almost 3.
Yeah, it's almost 3 here. Are you in the same time zone as me?
Central?
I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why did I
Because
not
you're in
realize-
Kansas, right, Ashley?
Yeah. I feel like I should be proud.
Oh, my mail's here.
Not for long. She's not in Kansas.
I'm hoping I had more. I'm not allowed to talk about it, but more things happened today. And if they went well and I didn't royally screw them up, we may be leaving soon.
Ooh.
Yeah, Mountain Standard Time.
My mail's here, so my dog's barking. So let's just read now.
All right, I'm gonna get lunch.
All right. Were you actually reading that time?
I finished my textbook chapter and then I was reading. Yes. And this book is
math. I only have like it's up. What are you reading?
Starbound.
Oh yeah. It's like upsetting in what way?
Well, okay. I feel like the way that women are being discussed in this book so far is like not good. Not my favorite. Also, the main character, I'm literally on page 20 and the main character has hooked up with this person twice so far. And there's other stuff going on. I'm just like, this is not important. Why is this happening?
I actually DNF'd One Good Deed by David Baldassi this week. And that was one where it's like a historical fiction where I feel like they're talking about women, how it would probably be accurate in the time. Like it was a very like sexist talk, but the main character was always like, but I would never think that. And I was just so over it. Like that's literally why I was like, I don't want to read it anymore.
Yeah. No, we'll see what happens, but so far, not loving this book.
Right? I would encourage to DNF if you're not liking it after a little while longer. I know some people like it's so hard to DNF.
Yeah, I don't like DNFing books.
I know. My thing is the whole conversation around like should you rate them?
Mm-hmm.
Because I usually do rate them if I get over 50%.
Yeah.
And if I don't get over 50%, then I don't rate them.
Mm-hmm.
Or like count them towards my goal, I guess. So I don't know. Like a 50% book is like a completed book to me.
Mm-hmm.
But 49%, no.
Just 50 and above.
So you'll notice a lot of my DNFs are right at like 51%, 52. Because I was like, I'm going to give it till 50%. But I don't know. I've rarely had the thought of like, I want to DNF this or like, I'm not interested in this. I'm not sure I want to finish, and then finished and thought it was good.
Yeah.
So
I don't know.
I'm leaning into that this year.
I'm not leaning into that.
I'm also ahead on my goal. So I feel like I feel like I'm not going to reach my goal or like I wasted my time or.
I hit my Goodreads goal for the year the other day. So like, that's not the problem.
Do you ever go on Goodreads and like not look at specific people, but if you go to your reading challenge, you can like scroll through your friends. Mm-hmm. I was just doing that the other day and I saw, because Kayla's been saying that she's been in a slump and I saw she's at like over 40 books too. And I'm like, no.
I don't know. Reading slumps are so weird because you can have like months where you do like incredible reading and then all of a sudden you have like a few weeks where you don't read anything and it just feels like the worst.
I haven't had that. Like basically since I started my channel, I think the longest I've gone without finishing a book is probably a week.
Yeah.
But I do feel like I'm itching because in December, I kind of took a break in December knowing that there was going to be a lot of videos like Vlogmas, that kind of stuff that I just didn't really want to compete. I felt ready for a break. And I've kind of been considering doing that in June. So maybe doing that like every June and December, like take a little break, but I don't know.
Yeah. I was thinking of something and then I forgot it.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I know for sure, like for the Shelf This Book Club, I already planned to not do June. But that was more, I'm planning on doing 3 months, taking 1 month off, then doing 3 months. Mm-hmm. Seasons, you know?
Yeah.
When do you plan on starting The Handmaid's Tale? Or have
I tested out from the library yesterday, so in the next few days I'll start it.
I have...
Because I've barely been reading, so I need to start now so that I finish it.
So it's planned for me as my... Where is it? 15th book. Mm-hmm. So we'll see where that goes.
Your plan, like, kudos to you, but that stresses me out.
This is every book I'm gonna read.
Yeah.
Every day this month.
Too much.
The thing is I'm purposely doing it with books I own.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have to wait for anything. Like, they're all here. And I'm not being that strict. Like, if I want to move some around, I can.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I moved some down because I'm planning on participating in the Thrills and Chills readathon.
Mm-hmm.
So I moved, like, all my thrillers and horror to 1 week, basically.
Yeah.
Which they were more, like, dispersed when I first wrote my days out. But
Yeah.
it will be fun.
My
It's been fun so far. 2 days. Talk to me on day, like, 20.
right. No, my reading slump right now is not because I don't want to be reading necessarily, but I think I maybe mentioned in our chat that I've been hanging out with a friend more, and that's been taking up my time, and like I know that that's good for me.
Yeah.
But also after having months where like reading was all I was doing in my free time, I'm like,
You're comparing yourself to yourself.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's awful.
That's like, I'm definitely guilty of like prioritizing my reading and letting like the house, for example, get out of hand. So I feel like sometimes Chris is like, reading is not top priority.
And you're like, it
Yeah,
sure
it
feels
is.
like it.
Yeah, it is. I'm
Yeah.
gonna have to teach you how to do laundry soon.
He doesn't know how to do the laundry?
He does. The
Okay.
laundry is actually a chore that I enjoy,
Mm-hmm.
and I like ask Chris not to do it.
Gotcha.
But Chris does 100% of the dishes.
Okay, I'm taking a survey. Do you use color catchers?
No, but I separate all my colors. Like, I wash towels. Here's my loads. Towels, bedding, like those are 2 separate loads, but they go together. And then I do whites and grays and tans in that usually. Blacks. I do like our brown, blue, greens together. I do pink, purple, red together, which we actually have a lot of because like the teams that Chris is a fan of are all like those colors. So he actually has a lot of clothes that color. And then like I just like to wear pink sometimes. And then I do like his work clothes, like he wears like construction orange. So I do like the bright orange and bright yellow together. And then I think that's like basically everything.
That's
But
so
I separate everything. I'm not just like a light and darks gal. I separate everything.
I just use a color catcher. I throw it in mode once a week, and my life is super easy that way. But at least you've heard of color catchers, right?
Like I know what you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah, because I had 2 separate friends this week that they were complaining how much of a chore laundry is, and they were like, "Because you have to separate them." And I was like, "Well, why don't you use a color catcher?" And they were like, "A what?"
You're like,
So-
let me show you something.
I was like, "My mother raised me right. We use color catchers in my household."
Granted, we probably go through a lot more laundry than you as one person goes through. So
That's fair.
like I can make a full load of all of those.
Yeah. I couldn't. I'd be washing like 2 pieces of clothes at a time if I separated it that much.
I also we own way more clothes than we need to.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I feel like that's a common phenomenon.
Yeah.
Like
I
I feel like I have plenty of clothes here, but like I know I have so many clothes back home, and that's weird to think about.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I worked at a clothing boutique too for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And what I have now is all my old work t-shirts from where I worked previously that I'm just like, do I just get rid of them? Like I own probably 15 shirts that say like the company's name. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I was a bartender, so it's just like a bar's name. So I could still it's still just like a shirt.
Yeah.
But I don't need to wear them every day like I did before.
Yeah. By the way, when you do your next reading sprint, I will be ducking.
Okay. I'm probably gonna do one at 30
Okay.
till 4 o'clock. And then if Nessa or someone happens to stop back, I might do one more because I'll be able to finish in one more. If
Mhm.
not, then I'll just finish by myself afterwards. I honestly made it through this day pretty smoothly.
Mhm.
Like I didn't really take a break. I had lunch, which like needed to happen.
Right. Oh. Yeah, imagine you just sat here for hours reading. You didn't eat lunch or anything.
Right. Yeah. I've moved. If anyone came in and out all day, I've sat in like 6 different spots.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever. That's why I don't get some people who do like sprints and sit in, like, for example, like my computer chair
Mm-hmm.
for 10 hours. Like,
Yeah, no.
no.
I have to move around.
Yeah. I don't know how you like walk and pace when you read. I
Practice.
would fall.
Sometimes I do
I
run into
straight up
things,
would trip.
but like there's the middle of my room is like a big empty.
I'm not saying I would trip on anything. I'm saying I would just fall.
Just trip. That's fair. No, I've run into like the cabinets a couple of times, but I'm used to it. I don't know. I just usually have to be doing something else. Like my body has to be moving in some way so that my mind can focus on what I'm doing.
That's what I say about like audiobooks too. I
Mhm.
can listen to them faster if I'm doing something.
Right.
Which
Yeah.
is like weird, but
Mhm.
I was showing he's technically my brother-in-law, but my coworker,
Mhm.
at work the other day because he had been on the road for a long time, but we've slowed down now.
Mhm.
And so he's been back in the office, so he kind of works with me some days.
Mhm.
And I always have my headphone in, and I always, like, if someone says something to me, I'm always like, pause it, and I'm like, what? Basically.
Mhm.
And so I was like, you got, like, basically played him how fast my audiobook was going, and he was like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, I'll sit there listening to an audiobook and my family will be like, literally, those are not words.
Yeah.
That's sound. And I'm like, I promise I'm listening to the story.
Yeah. That's why I was like I'm always worried that my headphones give a little feedback, but I don't think they do. I think they're pretty good, and I've obviously like turned them all the way up at home and asked Chris, like, can you hear it? Like, can you hear? So I don't think you can, but I was listening to a book and like a smut scene was happening, and like one of our drivers was pretty close to me. And so I'm always like, oh gosh, I hope that like nobody can hear this, I guess.
Yeah.
But then I was like, oh, but I'm listening to this at 3 times speed.
Right.
He wouldn't be able to know. He
Like
would
even
catch
if there was a
any of it.
little sound coming out, it would just be like
No, right. So I'm sure it's fine.
I'm sure it was. That's relatable though.
Yeah. I don't listen to I usually don't listen to romance on audio. Most of my audio that I've been able to get into, because I'm an audio newbie, is I started with nonfiction, because to me that's like the most similar to a podcast.
Yeah.
And so then more just like general fiction type stuff, like thrillers have been okay. Although I do like to read a thriller physically, but
I feel like I read a lot of romances on audiobook for a couple different reasons. One, because if there are scenes I really don't want to be reading, I just kind of zone out for a minute and then I come back to it.
yeah.
And I can still say like I technically listened to it versus in
Yeah.
the book, like I'm not just going to flip the page and be like, and the scene is done, you know?
Right.
So I do that. And then also just because like romance books are not complex in what's going on.
No.
So you can listen to them quickly and be like, I definitely understand everything that's happening right now.
Yeah. And like romance audiobooks are, from my library at least, like I find them available way more often.
Mhm.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
Also, I find a lot of them on Scribd, which I do pay for Scribd, but so I've listened to quite a few like through there too.
Mhm.
I want to cancel my Audible, but I have like 6 credits right now, and so you have to spend your credits before you can cancel.
Yeah. But
So I
you
need
don't
to,
listen
like-
to audiobooks often.
Huh?
You don't listen to audiobooks often.
I've been trying to more. So like From Blood and Ash wasn't on Scribd, wasn't available from my library, so I listened to that through Audible. So I need to just figure out. The thing is, it's not going to get canceled till the end of next month because I'm doing my 30 books in 30 days.
Right.
So like this is not the month that my audiobooks are going to happen.
Next month, it's just only audiobooks.
I might have to do something, but I'm also doing, I don't want to say what my next project is yet, but I don't think that audiobooks will really work for that either.
Mm-hmm.
And I also said the next time I'm in some kind of 48-hour readathon, or if we do one again, maybe in May, I want to try to get through the series of unfortunate events.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't know when audiobooks are going to happen.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm looking at all of my unread books are on the floor right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking at them like, all of you have to come first.
Yeah.
That's what Kayla and Ashley earlier today were both like, what's your wish list? I'm like, don't send me anything. I literally do not want to acquire
I
a
have
single book.
too many books.
Shut down till I get
I feel the same way.
through some of these. I'm cut off. I didn't even like submit my book of the month order this month. I'm like, girl, no. You're done.
Okay, well,
Okay.
I'm gonna head out, but
Okay.
good luck. You're
I'm
amazing.
gonna read. Finish my book. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for joining today.
Yay.
Have a good one. Okay, so I'm gonna read, I guess, I'm gonna read until, I'm just gonna read till the hour, even though it's not gonna be a full 30 minutes, because that's when this was supposed to end. So if you're with me, enjoy this last sprint with me. I made it. And hi, Melody. I am still on, just barely. I just reached my 8 hours, so I'm getting ready to get off. I have literally only like 20 pages left in this book, so you won't get to know my thoughts until my vlog gets posted. But I think my first vlog is going up on the 5th or the 6th for my 30 books in 30 days. And I will just say right now, I did enjoy this book. It's not going to be a 5 stars. I'm not sure once I put it through CawPile if it'll be like a high 3 or a 4, but we'll see once I finish those 20 pages. But yes, I do have some plans tonight. Chris is not going home for a while. I need to do laundry so I can start to pack and just wrap up. So I'm so glad that I had today off of work to spend it doing this, basically. And thanks to everyone who joined me today, and I will talk to you all again, hopefully very soon. Bye.